Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. kind of dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Exciting time to be in digital marketing with the advent, the explosion of generative AI chatbots. They're better known as ChatGPT. There's Bard, there's Claude, there's all kinds of this new one came out called Gemini. There's so many different tools that really what it comes down to is that it's made my business more precise. I can do things more quicker, I would say, and to elevate my brand messaging to a level that allows me to be as creative as possible. digital market economy is taking the world by storm, probably over the last decade or so, but is really escalating now in the advent of AI, because it is a game changer for a lot of businesses. It's not just all the big boys that can play in this space because of cloud computing, because of mobile computing, and now you have these tools at your disposal. You've got a laptop, you've got a computer, you can now digitize yourself to a level and get your message out there, and that equates to business.
I grew up in Flint, Michigan during the 60s, and as a child, I can remember the civil rights movement. I remember our family huddling around our small black and white TV, and we'd watch all of the things that were going on in Alabama and Mississippi. Some of my older cousins were active in the movement, and each week we would have a large Sunday dinner with the extended family, and they would come back and tell us about all of the things that they had seen and done. As a child of about 8 or 9 years old, I always wanted to grow up and be a part of the movement, but by the time I became of age, it was all over. All of the marching was done. I always felt left out, that I didn't get a chance to participate in the civil rights movement. But little did I know that God had another plan for me as a computer instructor and database developer. But even then, it bothered me that I didn't see many people of color in my classes. That is when journalist Dr. John Ray introduced me to Dr. Joel Dudley Sr. and Dr. Eunice Dudley of Dudley Products, who had been mentored by the millionaire S.B. Fuller. Through Dr. Dudley, I was introduced to Dr. Lafayette Jones, past Vice President of Marketing for John H. Johnson of Johnson Publishing, and his wife, Sandra Miller Jones, who was a Vice President at Quaker Oats, and together they created SMSI, a national marketing firm. Dr. George C. Frazier of FrazierNet and the Power Networking Conference, Dr. Jackie Mayfield of ComproTax, founder of the largest Black-owned income tax service, and even billionaire Michael B. Roberts. They all believe that the way to close the wealth gap is through entrepreneurship, because we as a people had to overcome slavery, and secondly, obtain our civil rights to be able to eat in any restaurant or stay at any hotel that we wanted. But the third piece is economic equality. And now I am also convinced that we must become entrepreneurs, and to do so we must embrace technology and a strategy of global networking. That is why I created Every.Black, to use my vast experience as a computer instructor to teach entrepreneurs how to use technology and artificial intelligence in business. Every.Black members are listed in our online website directory, promoted in our digital newsletter, on our social media, and on our podcast. And we also conduct weekly virtual mastermind meetings where we read positive books, learn from the experts, while networking with like-minded individuals from around the world, educating them about every aspect of becoming a successful entrepreneur. That is what Every.Black is all about. Just go to www.every.black to take the AI and tech classes you need, to register for our mastermind meetings, and to join the Every.Black family. Visit us at www.every.black and sign up today. Just go to every.black, every.black. No .com, no .net. Just every.black. .black is the new .com.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I am the founder and owner of a consulting practice for business growth, and I'm also your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, from Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our first speaker this morning is Mr. Alan Thornton. Mr. Thornton is a dynamic sales leader with 14 years in SaaS responsibilities, specializing in startups and Fortune 500 acquisitions, with over $62 million in enterprise software sales and fundraising. He's an expert in CRM, analytics, enterprise-wide requirements planning, and fintech, driving a $15 million run rate within the time frame of 9 to 36 months. He founded the 40 Acre Conference, the world's largest financial literacy event, held on Martin Luther King Day and Juneteenth. The conference has hosted over 20,000 attendees across 200 countries, sponsored 3,000 kids, and created the MLK Legacy Builder Awards and Juneteenth Hall of Fame. He's passionate about community impact. His focus is on cash flow, culture, and empowering the next generation. So please help me welcome Alan Thornton.
Sidney, how you doing today, sir?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing phenomenal.
Quite the busy guy there, huh? Some impressive stats and results and outcomes.
Yeah, I was almost looking to who you were talking about, man, and I'm like, okay, that's my bio. I know a few of those things, so.
No worries, no worries. I'm having some technical difficulties, so hopefully with my connectivity, so hopefully it won't get in the way of our conversation. But understand we're going to do a fireside chat, correct?
I'm here for it.
All right, so
just set me on fire. Just don't set me on fire, man.
Okay. I know there's a lot to cover and a lot that you have to offer, so I'm going to jump right into it, if you don't mind. But first, for the folks out there, tell them a little bit about your background and how you got into, what it is that you're doing now.
Yeah, absolutely. First and foremost, I want to thank Dr. Kelly and the Black Business Network for continuing to have me back. So it's like golf. If I can get one hit in that somebody can use, just like a scramble, it's a good day for me. So thank you for allowing me to be here. So my name is Alan Thornton. I am part of, I call it the best of both hustles. So my mom's from New York. My dad's from New Orleans. I grew up in Fort Bliss. So that's where they landed after both of our families came together in Fort Bliss for the military. I played sports all through high school and coming up, which was a blessing because some of the things around me, a lot of people were getting into some things that would land them into some of the prophecy that people told us about, right? Like I remember a second grade teacher, and I'll never forget this. She said, you're going to be, and I was like, so my daughter right now, my daughter's in 4th grade. So I remember hearing, you're going to be dead or in jail by the time you're 18. And, like that's a crazy, you think about that now, that's a crazy thing to say to a, 7-8-year-old kid. But it happens so many times. Shout out to all the educators that are grooming and letting our kids dream and letting them know that they could be anything. And fortunately, I had a mother and I had parents that really gave me a vision of no limitations. The only limitations you have are the ones that you put on yourself. So being and living in a world like that, there's a lot of opportunity because of your perception. So I rejected, that prophecy. However, when I looked back and kind of looking at when I did graduate from high school, I looked around and a lot of people around me, right, that I had grown up with were dead or in jail by the time I was 18. So fortunately, I kept busy. And the reason I'm going to put a pretty bow on this, the reason why that's important to me, playing sports and keeping your mind occupied. When you are doing something constructive, you don't have a lot of time for foolishness. So absolutely. I didn't understand when I was younger why my mom kept me so busy, right? I'm like, so-and-so is doing that. And a lot of you have probably heard this, especially if you have a African-American mother. Look, you're my child. I don't care what, so-and-so is doing. You're my responsibility. And I took some of those same lessons and incorporate them into my own parenting strategy. So always got to give kudos to my mom. But after graduating, I went to school for a year at New Mexico State to play ball. It didn't work out the way I thought it would, right? And instead of just quitting, I ended up transferring to UTSA, where I became an intramural star, right? Like I got injured, but had a good time there. I played. I also bartended during the nights, and I sold insurance during the day during classes because I was used to just working, nonstop since I was in high school, right? I played sports. I worked at the grocery store till midnight, get up, go to practice. So that pace is something that I've always continued to do throughout the duration of my life. And when I graduated, we were doing a lot of things in real estate. We had a real estate development company when I was in college, and I got a few mentors. Unfortunately, every setback is not just a setback; it may be a setup for something bigger. So the 2008, that's when I graduated, bust happened. And during that time, we lost, the properties that we had worked so hard for through wholesaling and everything else. So I ended up going into software, right? Just Googling, hey, what pays a lot? There was medical sales, and then there was software sales. So I said, okay, let me try to break into one of them, and I didn't break into either of them. I ended up selling payroll at a company called Paychecks, which was absolutely a blessing, because it really gave me a foundation to learn how to literally be in any city in the world. You can drop me and I can create my own business, because you learn how to develop referral sources. And referrals is actually it's an art, it's a skill to cultivate somebody that doesn't know you at all, build know, like, and trust for a product that you probably don't even know, and then get them to say, okay, I'll work with you, and here's some referrals to my trusted clients to do the thing that you do. So if you can learn that skill, you can sell almost any product, because it's not about the product. People buy you first, right? So really learning how to do that was important. After that, I did get into software, I sold that at Dell, at EMC before it became Dell, which was a very different culture. So if you know enterprise software, they're the force management guys, right? You see like the boiler room type selling, without the pump and dump stocks, but the Glenn Gary, Glenn Ross, these old EMC guys, like everybody gets fired at a QBR. What's your forecast? But it really gives you a strong foundation of sales and how to really articulate what's going to happen in a deal before it happens, and for common knowledge that's in a place that we call now that's forecasting, right? If you know what the metrics are, who the economic buyer is, the decision criteria, the decision process, the pain that you're solving for the deal, the paper process of how to get the deal done, and the compelling event and who your champion is to help you get the deal done. That sounds like a lot of things, but that's the MEDIC framework that you learned when you sell an enterprise software. So
let me ask you this: how did you move from sales then into acquisitions?
So going through that, I started my own bit. So two things: I went from EMC, sold enterprise software there, sold ERP software for another company, and then I went to a company called Rubrik, which was a startup. They made a ton of money, and I had a few stock options there, but I saw them, fast forward a few years later, they went public. So during that time, I'm like, man, I saw that the writing on the wall. I'm like, man, I got to do my own thing, right? These people are making a ton of money. I got to get on the other side of this thing. So I started my own business and in grants and government contracts. And what I saw during that time is people were making a ton of money. One of the things that, if you want to hide something from an African American, this goes back to history, you put it in a book, right? Because we're not going to pick it up. And I learned during that time that there was a lot of people that do acquisitions, a lot of people that start businesses. See, what happened, Sydney, is when we go look for a business, we'll go look for a business and we'll start a business, and then we will hope and pray and beg our family and friends to buy whatever our widget is. And on the other side, our counterparts, right, that are people that don't look like us, will have relationships. They'll already know where contracts are coming in. And before they even start the business, they'll start a business based on the contracts that are going to happen. They have an exit strat. They'll say, hey, and if I get these amount of contracts, I know that I can do have an exit and get somebody to buy the business before they even start it. Like, we're not thinking 2, 3, 4 steps ahead like that.
Right.
So
Go ahead.
I was saying I had to get on that side. So it started, to answer your question, it started when I was in enterprise software. It got reinforced once I came into my own business and saw all the money with grants and government contracts. And then after that, that business during the pandemic, here's where it really took it to put this to a head. I had a business, and we don't talk about this either a lot. I had a business that actually ended up going under, just due to cash flow issues, because people owed us, over $1 million, and during the pandemic they couldn't pay us. So I went back to corporate, and this is where I saw. So I went back. I had a foundation in enterprise software. I was in at Salesforce in CRM analytics, and what I saw is I met a young lady that was on the other side, on the venture side. And they were buying companies, right? They were buying companies. They were doing things. They were investing in companies. So there was this new thing that was getting played around with called, AI, which a lot of people are scared of today. And I have a new book coming out called AI is the New Underground Railroad. Got to plug that. So one of the things is, this is the biggest transfer of wealth that's going to happen in our lifetime, in our existence. We talk about the 400 years. AI is the new Underground Railroad. And there's going to be a lot of taking everything that I just said in one breath, right? Having a contract before you even start a business, being able to optimize that business for a certain valuation, and being able to have an exit strategy of who to sell it to before you even start it is going to be huge. And you're going to see a lot of consolidation of AI companies happening over the next few years. So we built a community. I'm at another startup right now of over 7 million followers in less than 13 months. So it's the largest in the world, and our goal is not only to educate people on new AI technologies, but also start a fund to do things to boost them up, and to ultimately, acquire them, package them up, and put them in other companies.
So with all of that experience on the kind of the analytics side, the acquisition, background, or kind of behind the scenes look, et cetera. Talk about what you've seen on the growth side. So for companies looking to scale through acquisition, because you can scale organically and just, do more of what you're doing now, or you can look for synergies through acquisition, et cetera. Talk about some of the biggest mistakes you think companies make, or the biggest things they don't see and identify when they're looking to scale through acquisition.
Yeah. So right now, acquisition, I would toss the word acquisition right now. And the only thing people should be acquiring right now is AI technology, right? New AI technology, because that'll boost what you do 10, 100, even 1,000-fold, right? In different areas and different functions of your business. And what you really figure out what is going to bring your business the biggest ROI, then you can either acquire a technology that you have a significant spend in, or you can, adopt it and build yourself, which takes longer. But that's the biggest thing. Adopt some type of AI technology, and then go acquire a player that does it. If you're a big enough business, or partner and do a merger. But AI, like, if you're not talking AI, forget everything else, right? Because there's going to be companies. We saw this back in early 2008 when I was in college. The coolest thing, right? You come out, you get a fresh suit, and you have a BlackBerry. 2 years later, BlackBerry's gone. They own 90% of the corporate market. And Apple came out and they said, look, we have these new apps and everything. Look, Blockbuster, when I was a kid, Blockbuster used to own that market. And then Netflix, they changed the game. All of these companies, right, during that time, Blockbuster actually they didn't have the vision, but they had the opportunity to acquire Netflix. A lot of people don't know that, right? So when it comes to AI, so that digital transformation took let's say 10 to 20 years to really come to fruition. And a lot of those companies had the opportunity to acquire the technology that ultimately put them out of business. So when you talk about AI, in the next 3 to 5 years, you're going to see AI put a lot of different companies out of business. So history tends to repeat itself, right? Math is my best subject, but history is what I enjoy the most. But just taking that little bit of history over the next 3 to 5 years, we need to look at history. A lot of these big businesses, they should acquire, right, these AI technologies that just look like bottom feeders, because ultimately they're going to end up eating your lunch and probably killing your business, multi-billion-dollar businesses. So that's what you adopt and acquire, right? That's the plan.
So it sounds like you're saying adapting new technologies to your business model so that you can really take advantage of, move forward with, and be the disruptor versus being disrupted.
100%. You have to, otherwise you're going to be on the other side looking through the bars saying, man, how do I get out of here?
Right.
And you got to participate in your own survival.
So talk about the 40-acre conference. It sounds like a very unique opportunity and thing that you've created there. Talk about what impact it has had, and then talk about what motivated you to launch it and kick it off.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Sydney. So one of the things, if you have not grasped that yet, is I'm a visionary. I'm a futurist, and so many times, a lot of minds that we're wired different. And at first, when we throw ideas out there, well, first of all, we don't have any ideas. We just have things that we can execute, even if it doesn't seem like that in the beginning. And a lot of visionaries at the beginning, they're called crazy because their ideas are so far-fetched that a lot of people, the biggest way to kill a big idea is introduce it to a small mind. And most people have small minds. So back in 2020, to answer your question, Sydney, there was a renewed focus on the Black community, right? We saw things happen with George Floyd. The world was on its seat because the pandemic was happening. People were at home, and we were forced to watch some of the police brutality, some of the things happen, the lynching, public lynching of George Floyd. Regardless of what you think, it is what it is. But once you see that, it's like, what are we going to do about it? And like, companies were forced to do something, and then people were raising their hand, right? Okay, what are we going to do? Well, I'll give $1 million. I'll give $100 million. I'll give $500 million. I'll give $1 billion. And we tallied all of that up because we were raising money at that time for different organizations. And it came up to the tune of about $300 billion, right? That they said that they were going to put into the Black community. Now, I'm looking at this, and like I said, math is my best subject. History is what I enjoy the most. And there was a thing called 40 Acres and a Mule that happened, right, about 200 years before that, with the same type of promises. Oh, man, some really bad things have happened to the Black community during slavery. I want to give this, and we're going to give all these acres, and we're going to give you a mule and happen. So I'm thinking in my head, this is not going to happen, right? They're going to put a bunch of people in positions to try to make this happen. They're going to blame it on them. And ultimately, that's going to get swept under the rug, right? And this is in 2020. So I said, let's start a conference to not only just highlight great corporations that are doing good things, and also do some award shows, highlight great entrepreneurs that are doing things in the Black community. And then we'll kind of take it from there, just walk them by faith one by one. And a lot of people say, man, you're going to put celebrities, you're going to put government officials, you're going to sponsor kids. Like, you're doing too much in one conference. Just kind of pick one. And you're going to highlight the money that is supposed to go out to the Black community. There's somebody else already tracking that. I said, who? And everybody said, well, right. Started calling a bunch of Fortune 500 companies. Hey, man, just wanted to know. My name is Alan Thorne with the 40 Acre Conference. We highlight great corporations that are doing things for the Black community. Question, how much of that, and I had the notes right there, how much of that, you know, how much of that $200 million has been dispersed, and where's it going? Because we want to give you an award and highlight what you're doing. Either hang up, click, let me get somebody else. I called every Fortune 500 company that was on that list. Nobody could give me a straight answer. Oh, well, it's a 3-year commitment. It's a 5-year commitment. Michael Jackson, you see the moonwalk with all these different companies. And I was like, okay, what is going on here? And lo and behold, they say, okay, well, let me give you Sharika. She's in charge of that, right? She's our DEI person. They started hiring all these DEI persons. If you look back 150 years, you see and you study the 40 acres and a mule. When that came down, they met with and they put a bunch of Black ministers in charge of the 48. Same kind of play. And they said, hey, you guys figure out who to, because they didn't know who to give it to. They didn't know how to disperse it. They didn't know how to track it. And ultimately,
and one other thing, they really didn't have a commitment to it. So
they didn't.
Right. So it's just a way of
find the lady, right? My family's from New Orleans. You see him on the street, just, hey, find the lady. Where's the lady, right? And you lose every time. I've seen this play. I don't even need it. I don't even need to do that. So I said, you know what? This is not going to happen, but we're going to keep on with the conference. And lo and behold, I didn't know how to do it. I went to Tulsa, Oklahoma, where I met a few influential people. I met Hill Harper. Shout out to him, man. He was just down here in Houston with us. I met a young lady who I had seen before passing in Houston, but Sheila Jackson Lee, who had a huge commitment. And I remember Sheila Jackson Lee talking about Juneteenth becoming a federal holiday. Now, this is in 2021 on the centennial of the Black Wall Street 100-year anniversary of the Black Wall Street race massacre. And she was on stage talking about Juneteenth being a federal holiday. And during that time, a bunch of people laughed at her in the back, right? I'm looking at brothers. Our biggest obstacle is always our own community, saying, man, there's no way that's going to happen. That you're going to have, it's hard enough to get a federal holiday, much less a Black one. But she had big goals, big dreams. And I remember talking to her after, and I said, look, I got this 40-acre thing. I really don't know how I'm going to put it all together. But when I do, I would love to work with you. I know you're going to get this Juneteenth thing going. And she said, young man, what's your name? I think I've seen you around because I've been in Houston. Call me when you get to Houston and we'll get together. 90 days later, less than 90 days later, Juneteenth was a federal holiday. And I called Sheila Jackson Lee and I said, I'd love to work with you on this and history, and I'll go back to that. But I also met a few gentlemen in a small room in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Rashad, Troy, many of you know them as Earn Your Leisure. They have the largest Black financial literacy platform in the world. They had a huge following at that time. Everybody was watching them, and they made financial literacy really cool. So they had already kind of paved the way. They had a conference. They said they were going to do a conference. I said, bet, me too. I don't know how to do it. Let me kind of just ride on your coattails. 90 days later, they had the biggest financial literacy conference ever, 4,000 people in Atlanta, Georgia, and it blew the doors down. 90 days later, I started my conference, my MLK conference. I took 2 historic holidays to hold my conference on. That's why we do MLK and Juneteenth. So 90 days later, we had our conference. We streamed to 200 countries. We were just getting started. We didn't know how to do it during the pandemic. And after our conference, I got a call to go to Africa. And I'd always want to go to Africa. And I'm sitting here. Hill Harper was one of our first celebrity speakers. We had over 100 speakers. I had a billionaire on there for the Congo. They saw me over there. And Dr. Kelly's in the back probably laughing because he's like, man, I don't know about this. They just calling you out of the blue. But I said, look, I went on faith and I went to Africa. Most incredible experience I've ever had. I flew there. I got diplomatic status. And this is literally a week after my conference. like this thing that people told me couldn't happen,
Right.
the thing that people said would not go anywhere. And I'm sitting on a private plane to Africa, sitting in a 5-star hotel, sitting at the house with the president because I had faith, right? And I was there.
I was going to say that, and we're going to run out of time, so I'm going to do a kind of a flash round of questions to try and get some more information in, because you've got a phenomenal story. But one of the things that keeps resonating through all your conversation is people often want to wait until everything is kind of put together. Wait till I have everything planned out, et cetera. And everything that keeps resonating through your conversation is, I have an idea, just start running. And I figure it out as I'm running. Did I hear that wrong? Get that wrong? Comment to that.
Absolutely. So one of our honorees, and I'll fast forward. We have about 5 minutes. So one of our honorees, Les Brown, and we do historic awards, and it's our awards they're the best awards. Not says me, but says we launched in Art Basel. I actually have one. We have these art pieces. I'll show you, but they're very iconic. And one of our people, Les Brown, if you look at these awards, has over 400 years of history on it and has a signer on it. If you look at the back, every art piece has a silhouette. This one was this last Juneteenth. If you look at the background, it's Harriet Tubman. But Les Brown says, look, everybody wants to get their ducks in a row. You ain't never going to have all those ducks in a row. So just build while you fly and keep going. So now we have the largest award ceremony. We have the largest conference in the world on MLK and Juneteenth. Dr. Kelly's about to get on and say where's mine? Right?
No, I just want the world to know that you're doing an excellent job. I normally don't come on, but I think when people watch this in years to come, they need to know that how incredible you are. And also they need to know that I designed it. But again, shameless plug.
No brag, just fact. Brag, just fact.
But more importantly, I wanted to say, because I'm going to give you guys a few more minutes to continue the dialogue, because it's so powerful. Not only this particular piece, but I want you to also talk a little bit about the Juneteenth and say a few words about our sister who transitioned, Sheila Jackson Lee, because many times when our great ancestors, because she's an ancestor now, when they transition, many times we don't get a chance to honor them as much as I would like them to be honored. And again, Alan, thank you so very much for being here. We truly appreciate your dedication to the Black Business Hall of Fame that we have in store for everybody around the world. Thanks again.
Absolutely. So I think Dr. Kelly just gave us about 10 more minutes on the clock, I believe. So
yeah,
through that expeditiously. But you talk about not having your ducks in a row, and I appreciate Dr. Kelly, because there's so many times where we hit those obstacles and we're like, man, I don't know what the next step is. But if you just have faith, I remember sitting there and it's a pandemic, and I had this great conference planned and everything's getting shut down, and I'm just praying about it, thinking, how am I going to get through this? And Dr. Kelly one day literally shows up and says, hey, young man, you need some help? And I'm like, man, where'd you come from? Yeah, I need some help. Spent 8 hours with me. Literally, I don't even know how we stayed on the phone this long, on a Zoom, and kind of helped me map out what we can do, because I'd never really virtual, I'd done Zooms, but I'd never done a whole like hybrid conference virtual, and we got it happen. And that's one of the reasons I got to Africa, right? Because we streamed it on the platform and everything. But during that time, every conference, so this is going to be our 7th conference, and I'll just give you the cliff notes of incredible things that happened. Our first conference, we were able to get celebrities, government officials. We had an incredible fashion show. We started things out. And then we got flown to Africa after that. Our second conference, we did a conference at the largest venue in the city. most iconic venue during Juneteenth. It was absolutely phenomenal. We had sponsors like Jordan come through, gave out a bunch of Jordans. And during all this time, every giveaway, everything that we've done, because we sponsor 500 kids, my community is telling me things that aren't going to happen. I'm telling people, hey, we're going to give away $10,000 worth of Jordans. I'm getting hate mail from my own community saying, you scamming, why you getting people to buy tickets? You're not going to do this. And then I show pictures, me with the kids. Oh, well, you should have gave out more. You should have, like, right? Like, you can't worry about, because there's always going to be noise. The next conference, MLK, we started our golf tournament. I don't even golf. People are like, how you going to do a golf tournament when you don't even golf? And I said, let me show you, right?
Right. What's that got to do? It's an event. I can plan an event. So
it's crazy.
I didn't say I was going to win the golf tournament. I just said I was going to put one on.
Just going to put it on.
Right.
But there's always going to be, and I say that to say, if you're getting frictions, dogs don't bark at parked cars. If you're moving, you're going to get some friction. People are going to go against you, no matter how good or what you're doing. People are going to hate. So that next one, MLK 2023, I had Earn Your Leisure come down, 19 Keys. We rented out a whole theater. I told people we were going to rent out a whole theater, and I didn't have the money to do it. Right. And then we did it. I told them I'm going to do that, and I'm going to do a golf tournament. They're like, who are you? You ain't even got that kind of money. You're going to rent a theater. That's never been done for a Black award show, blah, 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 yada, yada. And we did all of it. So once you start to get a reputation for execution, even if people don't see it on the other side, things will start to happen. And I said, let's dream bigger. We started with Sheila Jackson Lee, the Juneteenth Hall of Fame. So we started honoring people in the Juneteenth Hall of Fame. And she spoke in last year when she did the Juneteenth Hall of Fame. She gave probably, and I'm one of the few people that have it recorded because it was at our conference. She gave that was her last like full speech at a Juneteenth ceremony, because this last one she transitioned. But she gave an hour speech that I believe is as iconic as the MLK I Have a Dream speech. For those of you that don't know Sheila Jackson Lee, she's one of the pioneers, along with John Cornyn and a few others, that got Juneteenth passed up on the Hill as a federal holiday. And we are building a monument for her as well. The next conference, we introduced these iconic awards, and Dr. Kelly did produce some of the background with some friction going back and forth. He said, "Don't print it on the record," but nobody's ever done that. I like being a pioneer, and now it looks really good. But I've had billionaires at our conference. I've had celebrities. I've had politicians. Everything that we said we were going to do. Now we are working on the Juneteenth Walk of Fame, which I got a proclamation, and this is one of the last proclamations that Sheila Jackson Lee actually signed, because she died a couple weeks later. And during that, I'm with her whole team, and we talked about the Juneteenth Walk of Fame. I got the proclamation, and my goal was to complete it, but she had an aggressive cancer and ended up dying and passing very, very quickly. But the Juneteenth, and I'll leave you with this, the Juneteenth Walk of Fame is like the Hollywood Walk of Fame, but for Black entrepreneurs. And we're building it right here in Houston, Texas. Dr. Eric Kelly did design the plaques that go down. We have a new venue that we actually showcased how they would look. If you'd like more information on that, you can follow us. You can text 40acre.sheila to 2100. If you'd like 21,000, and I'll put it in the chat as well. If you'd like more information on our book, AI is the New Underground Railroad, you can text 40acre.ai book to 21,000 as well. And I'll leave you with this, right? Everything that we've done has come on faith, and the right people the right resources, the right ideas in your sleep will come to you, but you have to make a jump. So many times people just think about things, and the richest place in the world is the graveyard, because there's so many dead ideas and there's so many things that went to people down to the grave where they didn't execute on. But you have to jump. You have to be willing to take the flack from people that you ultimately want to serve in order to get to the next level. So I don't know how far over time we are, Dr. Kelly, but I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Mr. Sidney, was there anything else that we wanted to close out with?
Well, you gave some info about how people could, kind of get your book, etc. If folks wanted to get more information or wanted to help in some of the things that you're doing, how do they reach you directly?
So there's a couple ways you can. The best way to do it is just text me. Okay. I answer those texts. You can follow us on all platforms at 40 Acre Conference.
Okay.
My personal Instagram is I am Mr. 40 Acres. So if you'd like information on AI or what we do on a day-to-day basis with AI and our AI community, you can do that. If you're interested in our 40 Acre Conference, you can go to at 40 Acre Conference on Instagram, on LinkedIn, on Facebook. I'm not hard to find. If you type in my name, you could probably find it. Yeah. Find us.
All right. So one, I want to thank you for being on. You, as Dr. Kelly said, impressive in terms of the results that you're driving. I think the key takeaway, that I have from it, and many others will probably get from the conversation that you have, is don't wait till you got it all planned out. Have your idea and then go with it. Be diligent, be deliberate, be determined. Just start knocking off tasks until it happens. So I appreciate all of your feedback. Look forward to having another conversation with you in the future. But until then, remember what we say, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
One last thing, Sidney.
Yes.
Before we leave, if anybody has any kids, underserved kids in Houston, Texas, we give out 500 laptops, and all of the content that we get from our speaker goes on that. If you have a kid or know a kid 8 to 18 or early in college, send them, go on our page, sign up, and they'll get a laptop during MLK and Juneteenth weekend.
And I will reach out to you also, just giving you a heads up. There's a couple of projects that I do with schools here in the New York area, and we'll start doing some with the Atlanta area that I think, I'd like to get some of your ideas on from what you're doing already. So I'll reach out to you as well.
Absolutely. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right. Genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Have a blessed day.
Great.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusiness.com. blackbusinessexpo.usa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Join.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet. And there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
I grew up in Flint, Michigan during the 60s, and as a child, I can remember the civil rights movement. I remember our family huddling around our small black and white TV, and we'd watch all of the things that were going on in Alabama and Mississippi. Some of my older cousins were active in the movement, and each week we would have a large Sunday dinner with the extended family, and they would come back and tell us about all of the things that they had seen and done. As a child of about 8 or 9 years old, I always wanted to grow up and be a part of the movement, but by the time I became of age, it was all over. All of the marching was done. I always felt left out, that I didn't get a chance to participate in the civil rights movement. But little did I know that God had another plan for me as a computer instructor and database developer. But even then, it bothered me that I didn't see many people of color in my classes. That is when journalist Dr. John Ray introduced me to Dr. Joel Dudley Sr. and Dr. Eunice Dudley of Dudley Products, who had been mentored by the millionaire S.B. Fuller. Through Dr. Dudley, I was introduced to Dr. Lafayette Jones, past Vice President of Marketing for John H. Johnson of Johnson Publishing, and his wife, Sandra Miller Jones, who was a Vice President at Quaker Oats, and together they created SMSI, a national marketing firm. Dr. George C. Frazier of FrazierNet and the Power Networking Conference, Dr. Jackie Mayfield of ComproTax, founder of the largest Black-owned income tax service, and even billionaire Michael B. Roberts. They all believe that the way to close the wealth gap is through entrepreneurship, because we as a people had to overcome slavery, and secondly, obtain our civil rights to be able to eat in any restaurant or stay at any hotel that we wanted. But the third piece is economic equality. And now I am also convinced that we must become entrepreneurs, and to do so we must embrace technology and a strategy of global networking. That is why I created Every.Black, to use my vast experience as a computer instructor to teach entrepreneurs how to use technology and artificial intelligence in business. Every.Black members are listed in our online website directory, promoted in our digital newsletter, on our social media, and on our podcast. And we also conduct weekly virtual mastermind meetings where we read positive books, learn from the experts, while networking with like-minded individuals from around the world, educating them about every aspect of becoming a successful entrepreneur. That is what Every.Black is all about. Just go to www.every.black to take the AI and tech classes you need, to register for our mastermind meetings, and to join the Every.Black family. Visit us at www.every.black and sign up today. Just go to every.black, every.black. No .com, no .net, just every.black. .black is the new .com.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey. No! Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants. He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like, baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the BU collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
5-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.5starbdm.com today to learn more.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm owner and founder of Uertes Decus, a business growth practice, consulting practice, and I'm your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from all over, from North Carolina, from London, from Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next speaker this morning is going to be Jimmy Davis. Actually, we'll be having a fireside chat with him. Jimmy J. Davis is the founder of Every Black, an organization on a mission to assist, educate, and inspire people to create wealth through entrepreneurship by leveraging technology like ChatGPT and AI and global networking strategies. He believes closing the economic gap requires embracing both entrepreneurship and technology. So through computer classes, Black entrepreneurs learn essential skills, including AI, digital marketing, podcasting, and more, with ongoing support and flexible classes. Additionally, Mr. Davis co-founded the Black AI Consortium to empower the global African diaspora through AI innovation. He also hosts the Black AI Consortium podcast and leads Every Black Entrepreneur Podcast Network. So please help me welcome to the Black Business Expo, Mr. Jimmy Davis.
Hello. Hello. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Good day. How are you?
Good day to you as well. I'm doing great.
Good. You're a pretty busy fellow, huh?
Yeah, I stay busy. It seems like every year I tell myself I'm going to slow down, but the opportunities keep coming and you want to take advantage of them while you can.
Can't say no. It's like, oh, that sounds so good. Yeah, let's do that too. Well, I understand we're going to do a fireside chat. So to make sure people get as much opportunity to hear what you have to offer and say and about your background, your experiences, and especially your ideas about the implementation of technology through entrepreneurship. Let's jump into it if you're okay with that.
Sure thing. Sure.
Okay. So, first, in terms of your background, did you come from a technology background? Is that where your formal training was, or did you, kind of get into this area, somewhat by chance?
That's a good question. Actually, coming out of college, I worked for the Social Security Administration for a while, but I realized I really didn't like working for the government. But I wanted to be in business for myself. So I tried a number of different businesses. I tried real estate. I was selling hot dogs at the county fairs. I was selling T-shirts. What else did I do? The janitorial services. And when I had my janitorial service, then a friend introduced me to a Macintosh computer in the late 80s, 87, 88. And I knew immediately I got to get into this. So I didn't have any formal training in it, but I just took to it immediately, passionate about it, wanted to learn everything I could about it, and realized at the same time that all of this software was coming out and no one knew how to use it, whether it was Microsoft Word or PowerPoint or Photoshop, Illustrator, you name it. And before you know it, I had a business teaching people how to use technology. It even grew to the point where I was servicing 12 states, 40 cities in 12 states. Of course, I had to hire other instructors as well. I had a marketing agent, a marketing person, an office manager, and we were just going from city to city teaching people how to use technology. So I've started that in 1988. So I started specializing in database development. And because I realized I can't learn everything, you can't be great at everything. But around the year 2015, I started thinking, like, what do I want to do with all this technology I've learned? And so I was introduced to a Dr. Joel Dudley Sr. of Dudley Hair Care Products, who just passed away in February of 2024. But being introduced to him, he helped me to realize that we as a community need to embrace entrepreneurship. And that doesn't matter what type of business you have today. Technology, you've got to embrace technology if you're going to be successful, including AI. And so it just became clear to me to use my years of experience in technology as a computer instructor to help entrepreneurs with their tech skills, to help them become more proficient and efficient and profitable in business. So I know that's I don't know if to answer your question, I kind of took the long route around.
No. It talked about how you got into, kind of this space. So it's interesting, but it's also good for people to hear, because often people have this belief that they should know very early on, or start very early on with, okay, this is how I'm going to get to be big in whatever it is I do. And quite often the stories are very different. That people kind of happen into something or discover it along the way while they were doing something else. So I think it's important for people to hear stories like yours.
I think
reinforce.
Yeah, let me add to that. I think you're absolutely right. And I tell people, if you don't know your purpose, then your purpose should be to discover your purpose, right? And sometimes it's just a matter of trying different things until you realize what it is you're good at and passionate about, and people are willing to pay you for. That also is a factor, right? So yes, for some people, they know early on. Myself, no, I had no clue. I didn't know what I wanted to do until a friend introduced me to a computer and the light bulb just went off, and I'm just a natural at it and have been at it ever since. So,
well, mine early on was I just knew I wanted to run stuff. I didn't know what. I didn't know. It's like I just know that's what I want to do. I want to be, the person in charge running things, somebody else's thing at a very high level, or my own thing. And again, you make your decisions along the way based on, to what you said. What's your passion? What are you good at? What will they pay you for? So and your organization, the correct pronunciation is Every Dot Black, or just Every Black?
No, Every Dot Black.
Okay, Every Dot Black. So talk about talk about, how you got that started. What was the kind of,
Sure.
The moment of impact, the great, big bang with the organization, and got you started with that?
Well, in 2015, like I said, I was trying to figure out what do I really want to do. And I realized I wanted to do something instead of always helping other companies with their tech skills. I wanted to do something of my own. And so that's when I actually launched 12 different websites, right? And they all started with every Black something, every Black entrepreneur, every Black professional, every Black teacher, every Black, nonprofit. I had all these, but then I discovered that .black is a domain, just like .com is a domain, or .net. And when I saw that, it just clicked, every .black. And so our slogan is .black is the new .com. So that is the domain. So my email is jimmy@every.black, or the website is www.every.black. So it tied all of my websites together. Now I have to say though, that with 12 different websites, it's kind of hard to manage 12 websites at a time. But one thing I began to notice very early on is that my entrepreneurship, everyblackentrepreneur.com, was beginning to take off, but all the others were pretty stagnant. So I just dropped the others, met Dr. Joel Dudley Sr., started focusing on entrepreneurship along with technology. And been going at it since, I guess officially since 2018, January 2018 was when we officially launched Every.Black.
Okay. Had a little technical glitch there. So talk a little bit about kind of the impact that you want to have with that, the values that you use within the mission of your organization, keeps you centered and keep you grounded on what you're trying to do with the organization.
Well, a couple of things that we do. We have weekly, what we call mastermind meetings. And these meetings literally have been going on for 90 years. They were started by an entrepreneur by the name of S.B. Fuller, who mentored Joel Dudley. And S.B. Fuller had a cosmetics company, but once a week he would mentor any entrepreneur that came through the door or wanted to be an entrepreneur, including John Johnson of Jet and Ebony Magazine, or Mary Kay. People don't realize were all mentored by S.B. Fuller, and including Joe Dudley Sr. Well, Joe Dudley Sr. continued those meetings after S.B. Fuller passed away. And he continued those meetings after S.B. Fuller passed away. And of course, Dr. Dudley passed away in February of 2024. But we are continuing those meetings. So the mastermind meetings where people can come on, network, listen to expert speakers on different aspects of being an entrepreneur. That's one thing that we do. Another thing that we do is we provide tech training, AI training, or training on applications that you may need for business, such as even things like HubSpot or Google HubSpot for maintaining your contacts, or Google Docs or Google Sheets or Google Forms. You just name it, any type of application that we think an entrepreneur needs. If we don't provide it, we will, or how to set up your own online store, all those things, whatever the demand is, we teach people how to do that for the business. And of course, the big thing right now is AI. We do a lot of AI training. And then the third thing is that we also, when people join Every.Black, they're listed on the website to help you get more exposure, for whether it's exposure through the website or exposure through events such as interviews like this. We just try to help our members get out there to the public so people know more about what they do and the services or products that they provide.
So your organization, it focuses on two things that usually scare the bejeebies out of folks. Entrepreneurship, so running their own thing, and technology. And you're taking both of those and you're putting them together, for your business model. So talk a little, and let's take them separate. First,
Sure.
Talk about the importance that you see for entrepreneurship in terms of self-actualization, generational wealth, and especially for us in the Black diaspora, the Black community, that maybe hasn't always felt that, that was the place for us?
Well, as you probably know, is that it's well documented that as a community, there's a huge wealth gap between the Black community and the majority community. And I believe that in order to close that wealth gap, we have to become entrepreneurs. It's been said that no one will ever pay you what you're worth if you're working for someone else. They will only pay you what you're worth to them, but not your worth. So in order to be the job maker instead of the job taker, we need to be entrepreneurs. And also the generational wealth, there's two things. One, when our children see us as entrepreneurs, then they realize that when they grow up, they can also be an entrepreneur. They can also have their own business. Or maybe they want to just continue the family business. And that's when real generational wealth can be built. And I use the Dudley family as an example, even though Dr. Dudley has passed away, one of his daughters now runs and owns the business. And she has a son, a third generation, that she's bringing up in the business. So that's just an example of generational wealth. So I think as a community, we have to think in those terms.
Right.
Or I could put it this way: if you go down in the downtown of any major city and you see all these skyscrapers and large business offices and things like that, how many do we own? We need to be owners of those as well. So it's a domino effect. You have to start someplace. And we have great examples of people that have done it in the past, whether S.B. Fuller's or Joe Dudley's or John Johnson, you name it, there's a long list. So if they can do it, we can do it too. So
and I think the sad reality or truth, with a small t, not a big T, is that we've allowed ourselves to be told or convinced that that wasn't the place for us, or that you don't quite have it. And even though we've had great examples, great role models, to show differently in the past, we sometimes forget how strong the Black entrepreneur community was through many decades, the late 1800s, the early 1900s, really through about the 1950s. So it was only after some other things socially that that got to be more of a struggle. But I digress into history. But it's great, in terms of the position and the point that you're making about how impactful that is on generations, and both from the role modeling of what we can do to help nurture that in those coming up behind us, but also in what it means in terms of having wealth that doesn't disappear and is fleeting. So talk about the technology piece. What made you combine the two, and what difficulties have you found in having people adopt technology into kind of their business models?
Well, again, I believe that it doesn't matter what type of business you're in today. You have to embrace technology to be ahead of the curve. If you don't, you're gonna be left behind. Technology just allows us to be more efficient, more with a more profitable bottom line. And now again with AI is a huge game changer. I've been in this business for 36 years. I have not seen anything as big as AI in that entire time that I've been in the computer field. I think that one of the things to overcome is the fear of it. As a community, a lot of times we're fearful of the unknown, but in this case, we can't afford to be fearful of it. In fact, about a month ago, I did a session on, I called it, I Ain't Afraid of No AI. And I just kind of outlined the things that I was hearing in the community of why people were fearful, and then also the solutions of why you have to overcome those fears. And basically it's knowledge. The more you learn about it, the more you realize that it's a tool. It's not evil. Like anything, it's not evil. It's just how it's being used. So you want to use it in an ethical way, but it's just another tool, a great tool to use and to embrace for whatever business you have. I think the biggest thing about AI is it collapses time. What I mean by that, the time you might take to write a paper, an outline, a proposal, or contract, that time is reduced from maybe minutes or hours to literally seconds. And so that makes a huge difference. The last thing I'll say is that I heard that there will be two types of businesses in the future: those that use AI and those that are out of business. It's that big. So that's why I embrace technology with entrepreneurship. We have to embrace it.
So talk about some things that you do specifically on helping businesses incorporate. You talk about your training classes. Are there specific things that you teach in those that help people get more comfortable, that you'd want to pass on to folks? Talk a little bit about kind of the incorporation piece that you have with, getting folks comfortable with, AI implementation.
Sure. Well, we just start from the very beginning, ground zero. We don't assume that you know anything about technology, because in our classes, some people do, some people don't. And so we just explain it from ground zero, whatever the topic may be. And we try to address applications or work with applications that our clients, our members need to know. And it could be as simple as maybe setting up an online store so they can sell their products or services online. Or maybe they want to set up a Zoom webinar and they don't know exactly how to do that. So we have a session on that. Or Canva for creating graphics or artwork. Or maybe they want to have a podcast, and we'll do that. Anything, basically any class that we have a demand for, either we teach it, or if we have a demand for it, we'll prepare and teach it. And again, that goes back to my decades of experience as a computer instructor. It really doesn't matter the topic. If we don't know it, we'll figure it out and share it with our members.
It's it's interesting that often with technology, people in general will have a fear or a hesitancy about it, and maybe I see it more often in our community just because of the nature of who I'm working with and helping and supporting. But it's also very interesting, and what I tell folks is how much of technology is developed or discovered by us in the Black diaspora, et cetera. So talk about some AI innovations that you have found from the Black community or the African diaspora.
Oh, absolutely. There's a lot of stories that I didn't bring a list to prepare, but one story that comes to mind is a man by the name of Henry McDermott. And Henry McDermott actually owned a company called Network Solutions, I believe is the name of it. Network Solutions was the first company to manage all of the domain names. The US government put out a contract. They were looking for some private company to manage the domain names, whether it's .org at that time, .net, .gov, .com. And his company was the only company to apply for it, because the other company, no one else really understood what that meant. And his company grew to the point, of course, once he got the contract, everybody wanted the .com domain. And his company grew to the point where he literally could not get the loans to expand. His cash flow became a problem. And so he had to force it was forced to sell the company for about $5 million. Well, the company that bought it later sold that same company for about $1 billion. But that's just a little history. But there's been a number of African Americans having a vital part of things going on in technology. And now I'll go back again to AI, because you'll find that a lot of people are creating their own GPTs, their own GPT is a way for people to search with AI on a particular topic. A partner of mine, I want to mention him, is the Reverend Dr. Philippe Shock Matthews, who has studied Black trauma for decades. And now he has an AI application that will provide answers and questions and answers for those concerning Black trauma. I recently created one also for creating tests, like for teachers that create tests on any topic. And those are just a few that come to mind, but there's a lot of them out there.
Now, those would be, in effect, apps that folks can use and interact with
Right.
for problem solving.
Exactly.
Right. And talk about the business models for those, so folks are out there who are working in their business and say, oh, I know how to create it, or I know what an app is about. I know how to create an app. Is it the same business model that you would use for launching that as you would, for any other app that somebody's going to use on their phone? Or
pretty much. People don't realize it really is easier than you may think. But the main thing is you have to start, whether it's entrepreneurship or creating an app or creating a GPT, an AI app, you have to start. That's the key. And you'll be surprised too, once you start, there's people that will be more than willing to help you. You can find any information you want literally on the web, on YouTube. So
good. Now, I deal with businesses in my practice on growing. Business growth, whether they're startups or turnarounds, been in business for a day or 3 decades. From your experience dealing with teaching entrepreneurship, promoting entrepreneurship, what do you see as the biggest challenges that folks will face in this entrepreneurial kind of landscape, in this entrepreneurial arena over the next decade?
Over the next decade, that's hard to say. But again, I think the key is you got to embrace technology, and you got to find a support group, and that's what we are at Everyday Black. You've got to find a family. They say that if you want to go fast, you can go alone. If you want to go far, you have to go together. And start. And I can't emphasize that enough. It doesn't matter what it's what direction are you moving. If you're just staying put, or if you're actually making progress, moving toward whatever that dream or goal is that you have, you'll be surprised that just by starting, things will begin to happen that you won't have foreseen ahead of time. I'm sure you've experienced the same thing.
Yep.
Once you started, things began to happen that you didn't see coming, but you had to start.
I don't know if you were in the green room during our prior conversation. That same topic came up with the prior guest, where a lot of his success came from having the vision, but not waiting until he had a complete plan, which is the problem that a lot of folks will make. It's like, oh, I got to get everything planned, laid out, and then I'll just boom, 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 boom. Well, I'm a planned and organized person, but there's times where you just say, I don't know how I'm going to do that. I just know that's what I want to do. And I'm hearing you say the exact same thing. Look, have your vision in mind of where you want to go, but, start making stuff happen.
Right.
Did I interpret that correct?
Oh, absolutely. It's actually cheaper. I'll put it this way. The biggest advantage that a small business has is speed. It is cheaper to try something, fail, and learn from it today than postpone for months before you ever try it at all. Because if I try it today and it doesn't work, then I can make my modifications tomorrow and keep pushing, keep going. But if I wait for a month or 2 months or whenever the time is perfectly right, you still got to go through the journey.
Right.
And so you're just delaying the journey. You're just delaying the learning cycle.
The phrase is fail fast.
Yes. Fail fast, fail forward.
Fail fast, fail forward. Right. So try something, if it's going to fail, let it fail fast so you can move on to the next thing.
Exactly. And you'll learn from it. There's really no failures. It's just learning experiences, the way I look at it. And I think you can't be afraid if things don't work out. Things are never going to work out perfectly. Right. And I tell people, it's like, if you're waiting for the time is right, it's like if you're having a child, having a baby, the baby's coming, whether you're ready or not, the baby's coming. So you got to just pursue it, move forward.
So you talked about AI and its role in entrepreneurship going forward. Are there other digital skills, talents, expertise that you think are critical for folks to have to be a successful entrepreneur?
Well, I think that, we all have certain skills and talents, and some people are just better at some things than others. But I believe that anyone that is determined, if you have the passion or the persistence, anyone can learn what they need to learn to use the technology they need. And sometimes it might be more beneficial just to partner with someone that can bring that piece of the puzzle to the table. Whereas, because again, you're gonna have to find a support system. It doesn't matter what type of business you have. Eventually, in order to grow, you're going to have to develop a network or support system. So sometimes it's better to let's bring someone to the table that can fill in those gaps where you have deficiencies, and maybe you can provide some benefits to someone else where your strengths are. But yeah, I'd say again, the biggest thing is not being fearful. Not being afraid to try it, not being afraid to start, and just do it. I look back and I was really naive when I started my computer training service. And the true story, I started my computer training service in January 1988. But at that time, I could not afford a computer. And I really didn't know how to use one. But I started to provide computer training services. And when people would hire me, I could afford the books. I would get the books and I'd read the books. And then I would learn on their computer. I would go to my customer and I'd learn on their computer. That's how I got started. So I didn't wait till I could afford a computer. I just didn't wait. I just started, like I said, a bit naive back then, but I was just so passionate about it. And I just saw immediately the impact it's going to have. I just knew like, this is the future and I got to be a part of it.
Well, and you were learning in advance of them so you could teach them. But because you're learning in advance of them, they don't know that you just learned it. They don't care that you just learned it. They know that they're learning from you. So
exactly. Well, there's a saying that to a kindergartner, a fifth grader is a genius.
Absolutely.
So there's to be one step ahead. And the other thing is,
go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say the other thing is too. I mean, I learned from my students as much as they've learned from me, because no matter how well we prepare, they will come with a viewpoint or a question or something that like, whoa, I didn't thought of that. It doesn't matter what it is. They have a different viewpoint. They have so they're going to bring something to the table as well that gives you a little more insight. And if I can't answer the question, I say, well, I'm not sure, but I'll find out and then we'll get back with you, because no one knows it all.
Also becomes a great learning opportunity for them to say, well, I don't know. What do you think? And how would you prove that? Let's see what they come up with. You were talking about I saw when I was reading off your bio, your work with the Black AI Consortium. Talk about that, how you got that started, and some of the impacts you think you're having with that kind of an organization. What's your vision for it? What are some of the objectives you've set, and where do you see that going and heading from here?
Well, we started the Black AI Consortium and the podcast because we wanted to give people a way to just see how this technology is changing daily. And I say I mentioned Dr. Reverend Philippe Shock Matthews, but also I want to mention Dr. Denise Turley and also Dr. Joy Danielle Davis, because the four of us have gone in together to put together the Black AI Consortium. It's a Facebook group, so anyone can join. And we literally just post information about AI on there, just things you just see in the news that people may not be aware of. So it's just a good way to stay abreast of how it's affecting different technologies, different new applications, or just whatever is new in the field, in the business of AI. And every single day, there's something new every day. So we just post information, and sometimes the people that are part of the consortium, they post information to keep us abreast. So it's just a way of staying abreast. There's no charge. It's a Facebook group, the Black AI Consortium. And all of these links, whether it's training or the consortium or the mastermind meetings, all of these links are on our website, every.black, that people can go there and find a link for any of the ones that they want to see, including the podcast. The podcast is a little different. The AI Consortium podcast is where we interview people in technology, or sometimes we'll review different AI apps, or we'll interview some of the people that are doing great things in the AI arena.
So talk about, maybe the specific objectives of that consortium and around the, because your mission seems to be around economic development and success, for the African American, the Black diaspora, but also social development, social advancement. So talk about, what are your objectives from the Black AI Consortium or in those areas, and talk about some successes you've already had, or, some advancements or improvements that you've already been able to accomplish through that work.
Yeah, good question. And that's why the four of us have come together. Like I mentioned, Dr. Shock, we call him Dr. Shock. He's been spending decades studying social or Black trauma, social issues. Dr. Joy Danielle Davis is a professor at St. Louis University, so she's using AI in education. And of course, I'm promoting AI in business, and Dr. Turley is kind of a combination. She's in business and also in education. But the point is, so the consortium is just a collection of Black AI experts that we come together to offer information to the general public about AI. So that's not, Every.Black is my personal company. The AI Consortium is where we've come together, different individuals come together to provide information about AI, whether it's how AI is affecting education or business or affecting us socially. And I think you asked about some success stories. Oh gosh, maybe one success story that comes to mind is, I mentioned Dr. Lafayette Jones, who is an 80-year-old entrepreneur and very shy about timid about using technology up until maybe a year ago when he discovered AI. He publishes a publication called Urban Call, and he had a staff of copywriters to use to publish the AI or the Urban Call. But now using AI, instead of having 5 staff writers, he only needs 1. So that's a success story, which makes his business more profitable.
Cool. What's next for you, either through your company, Every.Black, or through the Black AI Consortium? What are your next goals and objectives? What are the next milestones you're trying to reach and achieve?
Well, I think the next thing is kind of continuation, but really right now is to really educate people about the use of AI and how to use it in their personal and professional lives. That's right now, this technology is so new, it's not quite 2 years old, and it's taken the world by storm. I don't see that slowing down anytime soon. But we want to affect change on a global level. We want to teach people how to use technology on a global level. We want to work with the African diaspora wherever they may be, no matter what country they may be in. And so that's our goal, is to promote my personal goal, promote technology and entrepreneurship throughout the African diaspora, wherever they may be.
Sorry about that. I keep having some technical difficulties with my connectivity. So talk a little bit about if you were going to give one piece of advice. I mean, I know that, generally get involved in using technology, et cetera. Where's the best place for someone to start if they really have, similar to the gentleman you were just talking about, they've got this phobia with technology? What's an easy place, or what you might feel is the best place for someone to start to be able to incorporate technology or AI specifically within their business? Is there some task or activity that you find is, this one relates to people, or this one is an easy win for them, et cetera? Talk a little bit about that, if there is such a thing.
Well, I would say, again, the information is out there. It's all over YouTube. But maybe find some examples of people, or just the news, search the news, googlenews.com. Search the news based on artificial intelligence. You'll be surprised what you see come up on how people are using AI in their different businesses or in their lives. And I think once you start to see that, you'll start to see some correlation, some common ground where someone maybe used it in the hair industry, and maybe you're a stylish or cosmetologist or stylist, and you'll start to see some common areas where you too can use this technology. But again, it just really goes back to don't be afraid of it and get started. And you have to be aware of what's going on, which is why we started the Black AI Consortium, is to educate people about how it's being used and the things that are coming out and available. And you will find that everyday people are doing extraordinary things once they start to embrace this technology. And I mentioned Lafayette Jones, where he actually produces a certain call now. Now he does everything through AI. He's a complete convert, from writing copy, from you name it. He uses it for almost everything.
All right. Anything else you want to tell the folks out there, make sure they know or aware of, whether it's through the entrepreneur aspect or the technology aspect? Any other words of wisdom that you want to share with, or any other suggestions that you might want to provide?
Well, the only thing I would say is, we more than welcome people to join us every Monday night. And again, the links are on our website, www.every.black, EBERY.BLACK, where we just network with other entrepreneurs from around the world. You don't have to be an entrepreneur to join our meetings. We welcome anyone if you're thinking about it or just want to come and listen to some of the folks that provide some really great wisdom and great information. And I do have a slogan that I just want to share too. I say that when there's change, there's opportunity. Mm-hmm. Since change is constant, there's always opportunity. Mm-hmm. So we just have to look for it.
Very good. Yeah, you made special comment around the generational impact of entrepreneurship and the implementation of technology within entrepreneurship for generational wealth, social advancement, etc. So, keeping with that thought, are there any ways that you think would be most effective for getting this use of technology and entrepreneurship at the youth level, into our middle schools, into our high schools? I don't know if you're doing any work like that relative to the consortium, but are there some ideas that you have of how people out there in general, for their business or for their communities, use AI, use technology, use entrepreneurship as a way of helping those communities that may not be on the forefront,
sure,
or maybe underserved?
Yeah, well, a couple of things. One of the speakers that we had at one of our mastermind meetings, her name is Jacqueline Thomas, and she has a company called Kids in Tech, and they provide training, robotic training and AI training for children on a regular basis, Kids in Tech. The other thing is that because our meetings are virtual, we have members literally from around the world, and we have a number of members in the Caribbean. And so this past April, I was actually down in the Caribbean to visit with them. And we were discussing things that we can do to help the youth. And one of the things that we're working on literally right now is a Caribbean AI youth challenge to educate some youth on how to use AI, and then just kind of turn them loose and see what they can come up with and award the ones with the better ideas. Well, actually, we're going to give everyone an award. Anyone that participates will get something. But we want to really highlight the ones that are doing the greatest. And we want to launch that soon and have our awards listed next spring, where we'll be highlighting the people, the youth that have done great things with AI or technology. We're looking to do that for next spring.
What grade level is that?
Well, we're looking at 13 to 18. We're going to start at that age group from 13 to 18 for the AI Youth Challenge. Now, the Kids in Tech, I'm not sure on the age group she works with. I think she works with younger children as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, this has been a great and enlightening conversation. I know folks out there have gotten a lot out of it as well. Hopefully some of their fears or trepidations around technology or entrepreneurship have been quelled a little bit, set aside. And I appreciate you being on and offering your insights and advice. So how can folks reach you? For those who are saying, I want more info or I want to get involved with your training classes, or, I need to be better at AI, how can they reach you to work with you?
Sure. Well, you can reach me certainly through the website I mentioned several times, www.every.black. So my email address is just Jimmy, Jimmy, at every.black. No .com, no .net. They just .black. .black's the new .com. And my number, you can give me a call at 919-265-8045. So it's 919-265-8045 or Jimmy at every.black. Either of those will reach me just fine.
All right. Well, again, thank you for being on the Black Business Expo this morning or today. And look forward to speaking with you again. And as we say, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
And I just want to thank you, and also want to thank the Black Business Network for having me on today. I appreciate it.
Welcome.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses. I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGaugh and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story, but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook for just $199, down from the regular price of $399. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kinston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
could build your own city. A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I am the founder of Uertis A. Decus, LLC, which is a business growth practice that doubles the profits of our clients in less than 12 months using the concept of small change to big things. I'm also your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and from cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next guest this morning is Miss Glenna Gonzalez. We'll be doing a fireside chat. Miss Gonzalez is the CEO and founder of J.B. Tyler Marketing and Consulting, LLC, based in Durham, North Carolina. She has over 20 years in marketing and business development, and she's helped national and international clients achieve both growth and transformation. Her expertise spans marketing, workforce planning, talent advisory, making her a trusted consultant and certified coach across the U.S. An MBA and a master's in human resource services enriches her approach, blending business and human-centered insights. Her journey to full-time entrepreneurship reflects her resilience, her balancing a thriving career while raising high-achieving children. So please welcome Miss Glenna Gonzalez. Good morning.
Good morning.
Day. I should say good day. Depends on where folks are calling in from or checking in from. So how are you?
I am fine, Sydney. Thank you for having me.
Oh, it's our pleasure. I've heard great things about you. We're looking forward. We're going to do a fireside chat, I understand. So looking forward to getting into details about your background and the things that you're doing and letting others kind of hear some of the information you have to share with them to help them on their path for success as well. So if you don't mind, we'll jump right on into it.
Let's get started.
All right. So you're in Durham, North Carolina. Is that where you're from originally?
No, actually, originally I'm from an area outside of here, just outside of Rocky Mount, North Carolina.
Mm-hmm. And are you, kind of from a background perspective, degrees in marketing? I know you said you had an MBA in human resource. Was your undergrad in marketing, or how did you get into business development?
No, actually, my undergraduate degree is in political sciences, believe it or not. And then many years after I got that degree from A&T University right here, has to be one of the best anywhere ever. After I got the political science degree, I started thinking, perhaps I'd like to get a graduate degree. And so what I did was I kind of did a little research and I decided to get an MBA. And to the larger extent, a part of that degree was marketing. And so now I will tell you, and I've got a story to tell, Sydney, but there was a strong focus on marketing within the MBA program. And then of course I do have a master's in human services, and we can talk about those things as we go. But that's just a start and an answer to your question.
Okay. All right. So did you have a corporate career prior to?
Did. So now I'll tell you. So once while I was getting the MBA, I was working. So once I graduated from A&T, I ended up in the HR space. So first I was payroll, and then later it was benefits. And so then eventually I became, a senior talent advisor within the HR space. But I will tell you that all along this, during this period of time, I was marketing, whether as a freelancer or marketing, sort of as a side gig for various organizations, helping them to build their brand, whether it was a customer experience role or, something very similar. So I continued along this path of marketing while my career was within the HR space.
Okay. So how long within the corporate world before deciding to venture off on your own?
Oh my gosh, Sydney. So, I've got a little age on me. It's been quite some time since I was a student at A&T University, but definitely have been within the marketing space, like I said, as a freelancer or a side gig for about 30 years. But I've been working within my career and in, a corporate environment during all of that time, actually. So I've got it from two sides. I've got it working for large corporations, and we're talking about Pepsi, QVC, Under Armour, so there are a plethora of these very large organizations, international, that I've worked for alongside of, working within the marketing space. Of course, that was my career, customer service, HR. So there's kind of a blend. And I will tell you, Sydney, that I have, a very diverse background, to say the least. But yes, so kind of running neck and neck, about 30 or so years of corporate experience, and then about the same amount of time within the sales and marketing and business development space as well.
Okay. One of the things, we have similar backgrounds in terms of the kind of diverse experience and how long we were in corporate life, et cetera. One of the things I remember so vividly about my MBA work, though, was my disdain for marketing when I first got in, because I thought I came from a technical background, an engineer, and I thought, oh, this marketing stuff is so iffy and wishy-washy. And every time I ask a professor a question, it's it depends. But it wasn't until I started understanding all the nuances of what it was really considering that I fully understood what that depends means, and it became a lot more apparent to me in terms of the impact on it. So I get what you're saying in terms of the background and the experience. So one of the things I'd like for you to do is kind of talk about that transition. So going from, if you could go or talk about, you're in corporate life and you decide at some point, you know what, I want to do something on my own. Talk about that transition. What was going through your mind at that point that made you want to step off? And what was the inspiration? What was the thing that said, this is the thing I need to do?
Yes, Sydney. So I'll tell you what happened is I was laid off about a year and a half ago. It's almost 2 years. So I was laid off some time ago. Meantime, I had been working with various entrepreneurs and nonprofits in the area, helping them to brand and to grow and to build and transform their businesses. And so what I decided to do is to jump all in once I was laid off. I've been helping them with website development, helping them with social media management, helping them with sales promotions and all of these things, sort of as a freelance or a side gig, or however you want to say it. And then so when I got laid off, I decided this is what I want to do full time. As a senior talent advisor, and my income had gotten up pretty significantly to where I'd never thought it would be. But I'll tell you, having been laid off from that role, I understood that you don't have control when you're being employed by someone. The only control that we have is our talents, our efforts, whatever it is that we are going to do to help to build ourselves. Like, you do have control over, how you are going to do things, but you don't at all have control over how, an employer is going to treat you, or, how long you'll be able to maintain that role. So when I was laid off, I just moved further into the space. I mean, I just moved in full time instead of, helping, at night and on the weekends. I just moved in to where I could spend more time. And what I began to say, Sydney, is that one of the things that I liked about being a senior talent advisor is, feeling like I had, a huge impact on this person's success. I recruited 6-figure income earners. The salary may have been 150, may have been 250. So, I'm doing recruiting at a much higher level than is, often done. But, some of these people were just looking for promotions. They were looking for their next step. So now we're talking about two different things. We're talking about being employed, we're talking about being an entrepreneur. But I'll tell you the impression that I'm trying to make here is that, it just made me feel really good to be able to help someone to earn an income to support their families, because everyone's not within the entrepreneurial mindset. It takes an entirely different person, and which I have very well learned, within these past few months, to be an entrepreneur. I mean, you take all the risk, you spend all the money, you've got all the roles, not just that one, like I might have been recruiting some mechanical engineer. Well, with this, you'd be the engineer, you'd be the sales rep. I mean, you'd have all the titles, not just one. Yeah. And so, but, just wanting, feeling real good about helping them to be able to secure these roles so that they could then take care of their family. So I'm kind of like a people promoter, or like I have a passion and a deep love for people, Sydney. And so when I decided to move full time into the marketing space, which I had been doing, just a few hours a week, my passion came with me. So I'm not particularly recruiting people, but I am promoting people, and we'll talk about that, but my magazine, that's what we do, is we promote entrepreneurs and small business owners. We want people to be the star of their own show. I just have a passion for people. I like, helping them to get the exposure that they need in order to build and to grow and to transform their businesses. And so, I'll tell you, I follow O'Dwyer PR, which I'm listed there. It's like a huge marketing and PR firm in New York. And they advertise for all the huge marketing brands like Rudderfin and, all of these large brand names. But, they have the print issue, but they also have a digital magazine. And I was looking at that one day and I said, well, this is something that I would like to do in order to promote, the people that I have access to. And so I just began to grow it, and the magazine's done very well. I will tell you that one of my main successes is Dr. Hammond. She's a psychologist out of Tampa, Florida. So I'm in a group with Dr. Hammond. It's Black Women Empowered Directory, and we, connected through that platform. And she asked me if I would help her to promote a new book that she had coming out. So it wasn't out then; she was pre-selling it. And so I said, "Of course I will. I'll do anything that I can to help you, because again, I'm into people promotion." And so from the time that we started promoting her book up until about a month ago, so we had time to pre-sell it and everything. And she's been in our last 4 issues, Sydney. Dr. Hammond is now a best-selling author on USA Today and Amazon, but, definitely USA Today. She never thought that she would reach the height of being a bestseller on Amazon and USA Today. So, our impact on, helping her to promote her book, which is called Mindset Training, it was just amazing, because, she reached the goal that she was seeking, not just Amazon, but USA Today. And of course, wherever else she ends up, we'd be pretty happy to see that. But she was thrilled to see that she was a USA Today bestseller.
Okay, good. So talk, and maybe we'll use that as the point of reference. Talk about all of the services and capabilities you provide within your company.
Yes.
And then, relate that to this specific, project, and how you, incorporated those activities, those capabilities into helping her achieve that status?
Yes, yes. So at JB Tyler Marketing and Consulting, we approach marketing from an integrative marketing and communications position. So, which means that we will, help the client with the blogging, with website design and development, so that they can get in front of people that way. Because many don't have websites or they're outdated. So the blogging, the website design, the social media management. Customized magazines. So, we will even customize a magazine for that particular client so that they could then share it with all of their prospective clients, current clients, anyone within their space. They can post these, a link to these customized magazines on their social media. They can put them in their email newsletters, a link to them in their email newsletters. So these are ways that they can help to, build their own brand, so they don't have to rely on some external force, a marketing agency or anything like that. We want them to learn how to, get some of these things done themselves, but of course, if someone needs a newsletter, an email newsletter done, we will happily do it. So we'll do all the work for you, but it's nice, for a business owner to understand, the makings and the implementation of some of these things that are being done, so that they're not then being solely dependent on, on someone, in order to grow. I mean, you can have, enough knowledge to be able to build and to grow to the extent that, if you couldn't find an agency or you couldn't afford an agency at any particular time, you'd have the knowledge to be able to do these things. So then, Dr. Hammond, of course, is, she's a phenomenal woman. She's a professional speaker. She's an author. This is her 4th or 5th book. And so, we've used our integrative marketing communications approach with her. I've added her to several of our newsletters, promoting her as, an author and a speaker, letting others know here's a best-selling author. She's created a book on mindset training, and she can tell you, how to overcome, being overwhelmed, because sometimes that happens to us as entrepreneurs, right? We are trying to do so many things, and we wear so many hats that, we need to understand how to overcome burnout, which is one of her specialties, actually, as, it's a speaking topic of hers, how to, prevent burnout, how to overcome it if you are burned out. So, we've put her in our newsletters and promoted her that way. She's been in about 4 of the last issues of our magazine. And then, we just continue. I've shared on all of our social media platforms, Sydney, when we're talking about integrative marketing. Now, I will say that, she is well aware of how to promote herself. She has an amazing platform on Instagram, whereas my main social media platform is LinkedIn. She's done very well for herself on Instagram. And I was talking to her because I met her at a conference that I helped to promote. It was the Power Networking Experience with Dr. George C. Frazier in Charlotte, North Carolina, back in July, I believe it was. So she flew in from Tampa, and we connected and kind of spent a few days, sat together. And of course, we did network with others, but kind of sat together and shared information. So, we were able to connect in a way that allowed me to get more information about her so that I could then further promote her. So that was a phenomenal opportunity.
Interesting. Talk about, so with those services and capabilities and, that kind of success, talk about what differentiates you and your company's services and capabilities from those that might be competitors.
Yes, yes. So we take a human-centered perspective with all of our clients, Sydney. I spend an extensive amount of time getting to know our clients. We do interviews. I'll meet with them in person. I'll go above and beyond to make that person feel special and to let them know that, I have your best interest at heart in terms of working with you and collaborating with you. If you only want one platform on social media done, like I have a client down in Atlanta. She's a CPA, and I met her at a Small Business Expo back in December. Now she's phenomenal. She knows her stuff. She's a forensics accountant, and she does some other areas. And mostly now she's consultative, but she's been working with me since December. And I've grown her LinkedIn platform from 494 followers to now she's almost 1,200 followers on LinkedIn. And then I'll tell you too, Sydney, now listen to this. This is, very interesting. So while I'm growing her LinkedIn platform, she's getting, and I can see it because I'm in her back office building her LinkedIn. And we do have certified social media managers as well. So, it's not just me. There's some that are more qualified than I am because they've been doing it for a longer period of time. But, so she's getting all of these emails with people, requesting her to interview with them for various, VP level roles, as an accountant. And I'm looking, and some of those roles pay $200,000 or $250,000 or something like that. Now, don't get me wrong. She is an entrepreneur, but she has contracted herself out, in the past for, small periods of time, maybe a month or 2 months or something like that, so that she could continue to grow her brand. But, just seeing these things. So now also, Sydney, she owns a nonprofit called Soaring Eagles down in Atlanta, Georgia. And, even with me posting for her, she has gotten, sizable donations because of my LinkedIn post on her platform. So, there are many entrepreneurs that overlook, the power of being on LinkedIn, because as I'm looking on the platform and looking at the number of followers that some of these entrepreneurs have, it may be 500 or it may be 300 or, just very small numbers. Well, LinkedIn is, a huge opportunity if you know how to utilize it in terms of, getting you out there and getting you more exposure amongst other entrepreneurs and, even larger businesses where you may be able to get big ticket sales, instead of making a 500 on a project, you can figure out how to scale it to where it's $5,000. Don't just ask for, them to do business with you for 1 month. You can ask for them to do business with you for 10 months. So now you've got $5,000 instead of 500, and so there are these opportunities on LinkedIn to where, you can figure out how to scale by making the right connections. And so, that's just an example of how I've been able to utilize social media management to help, my clients to be able to further monetize.
One of the things that I find in my work with clients on growing their business, and I want to get your perspective on it, is that most of them don't know how to really differentiate themselves from everyone else. And if you ask them, what is great about your business, they'll talk about some feature, some function, or they'll talk about, something that's a platitude, how many years they've been in business, yada, yada, yada. Talk about from your work, do you see the same thing, or do you see something else that might be even a bigger mistake or challenge, that businesses have that they need to work on?
Yes. I certainly do understand. And what I'm seeing, Sydney, is I see a lot of companies focused on the bottom line so that they're trying to get the quantity in terms of the number of clients, but they're not getting the quality in terms of, their interaction and their collaboration with those clients. And, just as I did when I was a senior talent advisor, I am intense, I'm focused on this person as I'm onboarding them as a client. Like, I want you to feel like, you mean $1 million to me in terms of just your presence and what we can learn from each other and how we can collaborate. And so this is important to me to just, really give, an intense focus to that, with that client so that I can help them to be able to build. It's more difficult when you really don't understand all these things about the client. You don't understand what their goals are. You don't understand what their objectives are. Like, very little about this person, but yet you want to do business with them. And, you're rushing, trying to see how much money you can make from them. We want to empower each other, and so this is what I do. I've got clients that I speak to on the phone on a regular basis. So it's not just like, I've talked to them a couple of times as I was onboarding them. I'm speaking to them on a regular basis, and I'm finding out, well, here's what happened with this campaign. What are your thoughts? Here's how well this campaign did. Let me run this by you so that we can further improve upon it. So just a constant collaboration and interaction. It's not just an initial, connection. There is a constant and continuing relationship with my clients. And so I want to continue to further implement these practices, because I believe that this is the difference between, one particular marketing agency as opposed to another one, is, just the continuing collaboration. How did you like this? This looks like it went well. What are your thoughts? And then of course you don't have to talk to clients, weekly, but that's just how they feel so comfortable with me that they continue to, just check in, they call, we send emails, we do Zooms, we have, some thoughts on how, to continue to implement and collaborate, just kind of talking with each other.
I think, and again, you will probably see the same thing, but so many of them, so many clients or business owners out there, entrepreneurs, are so focused on I need or I want to get a sale, that they're not really looking at who it is that I'm supposedly selling to. What is it that they really truly need, to the point you were making? And so they don't have that, in-depth knowledge or understanding of who they are, what they want, what their pain points are, et cetera, why they want it. What is it a change for them if they have all those kinds of things. And so I was doing a workshop recently with sales staff and sales managers around this same topic, and there were owners in there. And, I was dealing with myths. And one of the myths for salespeople is every lead's a good lead. And all of them, no, they're not. To the point you were making about, hey, they weren't really profitable. Why weren't they profitable? Because they really didn't want the thing you were selling them. Therefore, they didn't have any longevity or kind of long tenure with you as an organization. They weren't willing to pay as much for your product or service because it didn't have the value proposition for them, et cetera, et cetera. Talk about some of the clients that you've worked with where you've had to deal with those kinds of things, or to educate them about those kinds of things, and ways that you worked with them on that.
Yes. So I'll tell you, my CPA down in Atlanta, we've had some conversations. She's, solid on how she likes to do business. But one thing, and so this is me learning in the reverse, Sydney. Now, I'll tell you, so this is on the more positive side. She believes strongly in doing business the same way that I just talked about. She has the opportunity to have, a significant number of clients at any given time. But she, like myself, she does believe in spending, just an inordinate amount of time, getting to know her clients, getting to know what their goals and their wishes are. But if I'll tell you, I just started to bring, this was onboarding. And so I'm learning all these things during onboarding. So it's an area modeling agency. And immediately she's focused on, so this is a lead generation opportunity, how I can help her company to be able to get more leads. And so as she and I are talking about, the process and the strategy of how to do lead generation for her particular agency, I'm listening, Sydney, and she's just thinking about how many, new models she can get, within a small amount of time. And, it sounds like she's just talking boom, 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 where she's thinking about quality in terms of how she can, quantity in terms of how she can monetize, but she's not thinking about the quality aspect of it, And so I'm thinking, do I really want to do business with this person? And so I kind of chatted with a partner of mine, and we just decided we're not going to be able to help her because she is thinking about, how fast and how much money she can make. And it's not as easy as she began to lay out, because I began to see, sort of huge gaps in her strategy and her implementation process. Saw, some issues that may, be like a consumer fraud kind of an issue. So as we're doing business, we're going to run into some of these people. They're just focused on, how quickly they can monetize, but they're not at all paying attention to compliance issues. If that were, a part of their industry, they're not paying attention to how they may be taking advantage of consumers, which is considered consumer fraud, so of course, I'm not going to work with her, but it took some time as I was interviewing her and thinking about onboarding her before the truth began to come out that this person's just focused on how many people they can get into their business to monetize, and they're not focusing on the process. They're not focusing on compliance strategy. They're just not focused on the right things. They're focused on quantity and not at all quality. So, you'll run across those things because we don't know who people are until we start to really speak with them, right? So that's the part, that's the reason for onboarding. And you really need to have, I'll say, coming from an HR perspective, you maybe even need to have some behavioral based questions while you're interviewing and onboarding this client, because you need to understand, what has been your behavior while you've been, interacting with your clients. Are you going to very quickly get frustrated and not give them the time and attention that they need? Like what is going on with this person while they're, while they're working with their clients? So these are some important things, behavioral based issues, that need to be considered.
Okay. We're going to run out of time here shortly, so I want to do some rapid fire questions to try and get more insight into who you are and how you do things to the audience that's out there. So quickly, talk about the major trends in digital marketing that you see that business owners, entrepreneurs out there need to be aware of.
Yes, I will tell you one of the, and this has become, just a major opportunity recently is developing courses. So developing digital courses that can help you to, have more of a revenue and be able to have more of a base by which you can pay, your company's expenses and things along that line. So digital courses is huge. And I've been impressed by the amounts of monies and the way that a lot of other companies are using courses, digital courses, so online digital courses as a way to infuse more money into their businesses. I mean, it's been phenomenal, and I've paid some too. I mean, and some of them are in the thousands, some of them are many hundreds, but you price the course according to the value that you feel you can offer, those that purchase the course. So, I've spent, $1,300 on one recently because I could see the value for that course and how it helped me to be able to further monetize my business. So, that's most recently is digital courses. And you can contact an agency like mine to help, to see how we can help you use these digital opportunities to further monetize your organization.
So kind of keeping with that thought, talk about the challenges that you see for the near future for businesses trying to grow their business. And you can talk a little bit about then how you work with some of your clients in those areas to be able to assist them.
Yes. So I'll tell you one of the main challenges, and we all know about this challenge, is the lack of funding or how to secure enough funding to be able to move forward and to be able to scale your business. This has, been a challenge for all ages, right? So this is, just a continuing challenge, particularly for new businesses, trying to find a way to get enough money. But perhaps they're already working. They may be working part-time part-time, or they may be working full-time. But whatever the case may be, trying to get enough money so that you can then have some sustainability for your organization. You want to be able to sustain and maintain so that you can continue to scale. So funding is definitely a challenge that we continue to see. And how I've tried to approach this is I wrote an ebook, and it's on the same platform as where we house our magazines. But I wrote an ebook on, some sources of funding, and there are some amazing sources in there, grants. There's Verizon Wireless has a program where they will, educate you on, just various aspects of entrepreneurship. And they also do offer grants as well, certain times of the year. And so that's one of the sources that is in this ebook that I've written. But, there are local organizations that also offer, funding, and certainly, someone thinking about starting a business, maybe contact the Small Business Development Center or SCORE or some organization like that, because they also have knowledge and access about, sources of funding. I know that there are several nonprofit organizations right here in my local area. North Carolina IDEA is an organization that will support, entrepreneurs and small business owners. You do have to apply for the grants that they offer. So you have to apply, and be selected to be moved forward. But there is at least that opportunity, where they have micro grants and, all these things. So funding is an issue. I imagine that it will continue to be an issue because we all have, there's that learning aspect. We have to learn, where these opportunities are for sourcing and learn how, we can get connected in order to be able to be awarded, these opportunities.
Yeah. We should talk outside of this. I do a workshop called Overcoming Funding Obstacles and some of the things that you're talking about there. But one of the things that, we get all the research on is that most businesses fail because of a lack of access to capital, et cetera. And most traditional lenders are not interested in lending to small businesses. They're interested, and I had some years in the financial industry. They're interested in what's called A paper, big loans, low risk, no risk, blah, 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 blah. But in that workshop, I go into, here's what they're going to look for and what you need to do to not get declined. But more importantly, here are some alternative sources. But even most importantly is how to become your own bank. And so working with, organizations about, okay, how do you manage your business, your P&L, so that you become your own self-funder? Where they can really, and you were alluding to some of those things when you were talking about their profitability as well as, how do you improve your profitability by really knowing your customer, being able to price properly. All of those things go into, are you in a position where, you have, money running to your bottom line, being profitable, and therefore being able to fund the next thing that you want to do.
That's right.
Talk a little bit about you've been an entrepreneur now for a while. Talk about, your advice that you would give to others, kind of thinking about, looking at, considering stepping out on their own and opening their own business, founding their own company, being an entrepreneur.
Right. And I'll tell you, one of my concerns is, when I'm thinking about those 40 and over, I'm concerned that they're thinking that it's too late for them or that they don't have time to, to make that transition. I would say to anybody 40 and over, and it's not really an age thing, but this particular age group I am concerned about because I'm hearing some hesitations and some reservations that they're having where they're feeling like, well, it's too late for me to start, or, I don't have this skill or that skill. I am actually over 50 and, there's hardly any platform that I can't figure out, in terms of technology. And I think that, subconsciously they're thinking about, the technical challenges, Sydney. They're thinking about all these things and they're letting these things stop them from, starting a business, owning a business, collaborating with someone where, they can be a partner or something like that. These are things that we should not allow ourselves to to be concerned about. You can learn. So the thing is that you can learn the technology, you can learn, how to start a business. There are so many opportunities, like I talked about, these local agencies, SCORE and Small Business Development Center. So if you are 40 and over and you want to start a business, don't let your fears, stop you, because I've heard someplace that, some of the best and most successful business owners are 60 and over. So, this is, and I think, I've seen some just recently where they started to do very well and they were right on 60. So, there are these things that, concern me is that I wouldn't want, and I've not had any clients to come to me and say, I want to start a business or I want to grow my business, but, I'm thinking my age is just, maybe I'm too old to do this. I've not had any clients say anything like that. Maybe I'm just too old. But, yeah. So that's the thing that, concerns me is that I wouldn't want anybody to think that they're too old to start a business because anyone can.
Never too young, never too old.
That's right.
Yeah. So, and don't hesitate. We're running out of time. So let's do this. Tell folks how they can reach out to you if they want to use you for your marketing service and capabilities. Want to pick your brain for how can they get into the same kind of space. How can they reach you? What's the best way for them to contact you?
Yes. So now the best way to contact me is via email, pr@glennagonzalez.com. So it's my name, P as in Paul, R as in Robert, at GLENNAGONZALEZ.com. So that's one way. And then I also have an answering service, and you can call that number at 919-727-4225. So those are a couple of ways that you can reach me. And then our main website is jbtylerconsultants.com. And there you can find out more about the services that we offer and who I am. So that's jbtylerconsultants.com. So those are some of the main ways to reach me.
Okay, great. Before we sign off, any last piece of advice or thing you want to tell all the folks listening out there?
Well, I'll tell you, we're into people promotion, entrepreneurship promotion. And for the month of November, we'll be promoting content creators of any kind. I just looked at our magazine platform and we've had over 14,000 impressions since we started publishing in April. And so, there's visibility, there are eyes on, the magazine that we publish, Entrepreneurs in the Spotlight. So for November, we'll be promoting content creators, whether you're a YouTuber, whether you're an ebook author, fiction or nonfiction author, whatever your methodology is for, promoting yourself via content creation, we'd like to focus on you for November. And so that's going to be the theme of our magazine that's going to be published in about 2.5 weeks, is, content creation and the people within that space.
Okay. Well, it has been very fun and interesting in talking with you, learning more about your business. I'm sure the folks out there have learned a ton about the right approach to marketing and growing their business. So thank you for taking your time and sharing your time with not only us here, but all of those folks out there watching and listening as well. So
thank you, Sydney.
Look forward to seeing you the next time. And as we say, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movie.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Akwanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent, interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGaugh and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story, but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook for just $199, down from the regular price of $399. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Cash flow. 5, 10, 10, 75.
I use the cash flow app to keep track of my charities.
Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75 helps you manage expenses, helps keep track of charitable giving, helps you save your money. Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75. Download it today. Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75 would like to wish the Cyber Bears good luck in this year's first robotics competition.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, from Singapore, from Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Now, actually, I'm going to also be your next speaker and the final speaker on this session of the Black Business Expo. And I wanted to take a little time today. We were having some conversations during some of the earlier fireside chats about issues that businesses deal with that I wanted to maybe expand a little on. One of the conversations was around financing for small businesses. And as we and the other speaker were discussing, one of the biggest obstacles to growth that most businesses have is actually in securing access to capital. So I want to talk a little bit about that. Some strategies for getting approved for loans and credit, et cetera, but also some alternative ways to finance your business. But before I get into all that, I wanted to give you a little bit of background about myself. As I said, my name is Sidney Wormsby. I am a business growth Imagineer. I'm the founder of a company called Huertas e Decus, LLC. Huertas e Decus is Latin and can be translated either honor and distinction or excellence and distinction. My practice is, again, a business growth practice where I assist business owners, CEOs, presidents, et cetera, to double the profits of their business, typically in less than a year, using a concept called small change to big things, and an approach that I use in working with them on identifying what kind of procedural, behavioral process changes that they need to make and some key systems of business where all business growth comes from in order to be able to achieve transformative impact on their business. So we'll get into some of the details about that later. My background is pretty diverse, both from the kinds of responsibilities I've had. So I've a deep and diverse experience within the corporate world, but also as an entrepreneur, but also on the academic side as an adjunct professor. So on the corporate side, I've been everything from a functional lead head corporate staff, from entry level, middle level management, all the way to executive level management for some of the top Fortune 50 companies, International Paper Company, Mead Corporation, PepsiCo, JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, et cetera. So on the domestic side, on the global side, global ops manager, regional operations manager, global product management, and again, executive business unit level management. But on the entrepreneur side, I've not only had my consulting practice and coaching practice that I have now, but I've also owned and operated some, small businesses, in restaurants and some other areas. And on the adjunct professor side, I've taught, every course within the College of Business at some local universities, around New York City, Brooklyn College, Pace University, Touro College, and every business topic from human resource management, marketing, international marketing, corporate finance, accounting, management, yada 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 yada. So the net of all that is I know the business of business, and that's what I work with my clients on in terms of helping them understand how business works and how the issues that they're dealing with are from specific functions, but are integrated or impact all the other functions within the business. So from my conversation today, I want to do a couple things. First and foremost, I believe in making everything actionable, meaning that whatever I'm going to talk about, I want to make sure folks are going to be able to use it right now, today, when they walk away from me. So I'm going to provide you some insights that you can use the minute you stop listening to this this talk or log off of this session. And I'm going to focus on a couple things. One, on helping you understand why most loans or most funding applications get denied, so that you can maybe prevent yourself from being in that position. So what you need to do to correct that before you apply. I'm going to talk about things that you can do as growth activities that will be the most supported in loan applications. So how can you use the funds that you're going to get to grow your business and therefore get an approval from a potential lender. And I'm going to help you discover some new or maybe alternative, non-traditional funding sources that may help you if you are ever denied or don't have traditional accesses. And then I'm going to help you talk about, help you understand some funding activities and sources for startups, and offer also some free assistance to help you evaluate or assess your current situation. So that's what I want to accomplish with you in the conversation today. First and foremost, to talk about most, and you probably have seen the research and the studies that say all the same thing, whether it's from SCORE, SBA, or any federal government study on small businesses, comes up with the same information and research that typically 75% of all business owners say that either the current tax system or the current access to capital is what's keeping them from expanding or growing their business. For most businesses fail because they don't have access to capital. And in the first year, 20% of all businesses will fail. By the fifth year, about 50% of all businesses will have failed. And again, the number one reason for those failures is always lack of capital, lack of access to capital, lack of cash flow. 43% of all small business loans historically have been declined. So most businesses will apply. 43% of all small businesses will apply for loans. Most of those loans will be declined. In fact, over the last few years, that number of declines has gone up to about 72 to 80%. So somewhere between 70% and 80% of every loan application gets declined. And for small businesses, that can be as high as 86%. So even higher still. Even when you're looking at those alternative lenders, where we think, oh, an alternative lender, then I'm going to get a higher success rate. No, not typically. That's where they're in the 70%. Traditional are about 80%, and some small banks will decline at a rate of about 86% for small businesses. So the numbers are even worse for those who are a woman-owned business or a minority-owned business. So with all that bright, cheery news, the question is, okay, then what do I do? What do I do if I really need loans and or need capital, and how do I get it? Well, first and foremost, it's to understand why your loan application is going to get declined. And typically it's one of 7 reasons. One is going to be deficient documentation. And I'll go into some of the details of each one of those in a little bit. But that deficiency can be because of inaccuracy, or meaning that the information that you're providing is not accurate. It could be because the information you're providing is inconsistent, meaning you said one thing in one set of documents and something else in another set of documents that the lender just says, well, this doesn't add up, this doesn't make sense, so I'm not going to take a risk on this. The inaccurate can be you provided information that just wasn't true, just wasn't accurate about your business plan, your business model, or your business, specifically the demographics of your business. Another aspect of deficient documentation is that there's information missing. So with every application for every lender, they have required documents. When they go through underwriting, and underwriting is just the process by which they're going to determine, do you qualify? Do your financials provide low enough risk that they're going to qualify you for this loan? And when they ask for that information, and it's going to be very specific, that's what they're going to use to make the decision. And if you don't provide it, they're going to immediately decline. And I've talked to many, many small business owners when I've asked them, well, did you apply for loans yet? Yeah, I did, but they were wanting this, and I didn't think they really needed that, and and they were wondering why they got declined. It's because you didn't provide the information that they asked for. It's not for you to determine what information they should have, or that they should need, or that should be necessary. If you're asking them for money, then you need to provide the information that they are requiring, the way that they want it, when they want it, etc. And if not, then just be prepared to get that loan application declined. So missing information is part of why the documentation is deficient. Second reason why most loans get declined is poor credit score, poor credit history. And that can be on the personal side or the business side. So depending on the age of your business, and I'll get into a little bit of that in a second. But just like with yourself as an individual, your business has a credit score that is based on their financial history, their payment, the payment of debts or credit obligations, the amount of cash you have on hand, the amount of loans or credit that you already have out in the marketplace. Any of those things will go into and make up your credit score, both on the individual side and on the personal side. And every lender is going to have their baseline, their floor level for what that credit score needs to be, before they will decline a loan. And so if your credit score isn't at that level, at least at that level or above, you will get declined. And so the question then becomes, well, what can I do about that? There are things that you can do. Once you understand how the scores are calculated, then you can go through and do the things necessary to clean up your credit history prior to the application, so that can not be an issue and not be a concern. And whether that's increasing your on-time payments, or whether that's increasing or decreasing the number of credit cards that you have. And sometimes increasing the number of credit cards you have can increase your credit score. Sounds wacky, but that's the way the system is designed. Sometimes having too little credit will lower your credit score, or having too few of credit products within your portfolio can lower your credit score. So it's important that you understand how it's being calculated, and that you do things in advance of an application to make sure that you are prepared and that your score is in the best possible light before you submit the application. The third reason that many applications get declined is a short track record. And this simply means you haven't been in business long enough. And for most funders, traditional funders, they want a 2-year history. If you haven't been in business for 2 years, they're not going to even talk to you. They're not going to take an application. You're going to get immediately declined. Now, there's nothing you can do about that. It's like your own age. If somebody wasn't going to give you something until you reached a certain age, all the wishing, wanting, begging isn't going to do anything different until you reach that milestone. And so with some lenders, that's just the fact. And so you need to know and understand that before you go into the process, and look for those lenders where being a startup is not the issue. Being in business less than 2 years. Now, that short track record can also be in terms of they will look for at least 2 years of profitability. It says, look, if you've been showing a loss for multiple years in a row, but now you want to have a loan, and you think that they're going to loan based on your financial performance, that's just not going to happen. And so there are many people who have a small business, and they will manage their tax returns so that they can write everything off, so that they're showing a loss each year so that they pay no taxes on it. There's nothing wrong with doing that, as long as you're doing it according to the law. There's nothing wrong with doing that. That can be a strategy. But understand, when you get ready to apply for a loan, they're going to use those same documents, and they're not going to listen to you say, well, but I really had a profit of this, but I just took. They don't want to hear any of that. They're going to use the same financial documents that you submitted for your tax returns for their business decision. So if you are anticipating that you're going to be applying for loans or wanting credit, then you need to make sure that your financial records are reflective of the information that you want that decision to be based on. A fourth reason, insufficient collateral. That most loans are made on the basis of having collateral that is equal to or more than, in terms of valuation, the amount of money that's being lended to the individual or to the institution. And so if you don't have sufficient collateral, then you're often going to get declined for that, unless you're going for a non-collateralized loan, which usually lower amounts that are eligible for that. Industry risk. There are many industries that traditional lenders don't want to lend to because they think they are just too risky. And typically those industries are things like restaurants, contractors or contracting companies, construction companies. And the reason for that is they feel that those businesses or those industries have a very low barrier to entry, meaning that it's easy to get into. And so that becomes the quickest way that somebody who says they want to be a small business owner, starts, foraying into their entrepreneurship. And so a lot of those businesses will then fail. And because of that, lenders get gun shy and say, no, I don't want to lend in that area. Doesn't mean that they won't, but it means it's a high risk for them. And therefore, it's more likely to get declined if it's not pristine an application. In some banks, some lenders will just simply say they're not lending at all within certain industry categories, and that's just their policy and that's just their practice. A sixth way, no business plan or a very poor, scant business plan. Lenders want to know what you're going to do with the money and that it's going to be well utilized and delivering a return that will ensure that they're going to get paid back. And so if you don't have a business plan, they're not going to feel very comfortable and confident about your ability to execute on whatever it is you're going to do with the money that you're asking for. If you have a very poor business plan, it doesn't have a lot of detail, doesn't really spell things out of how it's going to, be implemented or installed, then they're going to feel less sure about that, and they're going to be more likely to decline your loan. And the last is the amount that you requested is too high based on your ability to repay. The profitability of what you are or the cash flow that you're churning within that business doesn't match the amount that you requested. Maybe if you ask for less, you'd get approved, but at the amount that you requested, it's a no for them. So those are the reasons why most loan applications get declined. And it's important for you, if you're going to apply, to know and understand that, and to get your business in line with those things, get those things addressed and corrected prior to application, so that your opportunity and possibility of approval goes up. So when lenders approve loan applications, they are more likely to fund things that are sure bets or high probability of success. And so that's what they're looking for. And so some things that if you're looking for things that they might fund, they're going to look for equipment or an asset. You want to buy an asset, a building, an auto, a truck, other plant or operating equipment. Those things, they're going to feel comfortable with because they're less risky. There's collateral. The collateral is going to be equivalent to the amount that they're lending, and therefore, if something goes wrong, they have the ability to sell it and recoup their money back, etc. They will lend on what's called accounts receivable advances or merchant fee cash advances. Merchant fees are what you're paying on your credit card sales. Accounts receivables is when you've sold something and you're waiting for your customer to pay you for that. There will be lots of lenders out there who will lend you money based on those cash receipts you're going to get in the future. Those are typically high interest rate loans, but they're easily approved. Business lines of credit, often will get approved and are easier to get approved. Or business mortgages, again, where you have cash flow already from your business and you're looking to finance that cash flow. Why would they lend on those kinds of things? It's pure and simple. It's low risk or no risk. That's first and foremost. That's what traditional lenders are looking for. They want to lend you money, make some money off it, but not have any risk in the game. You can say that's not fair. That's, that shouldn't be that way. We can all agree with that, or might agree with that, unless we were the one lending the money, and then we would have a different opinion. But that is what it is. And so knowing and understanding that, then you need to make sure that you're prepared and your business is prepared before you get to that point. So the other reason why they will lend on those kinds of things is, again, as I said before, there's collateral. So there's something they can get. If I lend you money based on your accounts receivables and you're not paying my loan back, I can always go in and secure your accounts receivables. I take over all of those payments that you were going to be getting from your customers as they come in. So there's ways for me to get it. If I loaned you money for a truck, I can always go seize or repossess that truck. So those are the things that lenders like to lend on because of the low risk or no risk and because of the collateral. And so if you're looking to do those kinds of things, you have a higher probability of success. All right. What are some strategies for overcoming? I said before, on deficiency of documentation, give them what they ask for. If they want specific documentation in a specific way, make sure you provide it. No questions asked in the time frame that they want. Poor credit score, you can increase your score on the personal side and the business side, usually within 6 to 9 months, through diligent kind of practices, making sure payments are made on time. Although typically, if you have a poor payment history, it might take you as long as 18 months to 2 years to clean that up. But if you have more than 1 or 2 late payments, if you only have 1 late payment, then definitely within that 12 to 18 months you should be able to clear that up. But there are other things that you can do, again, to increase your credit score. Even if you have a poor payment history, there are other things that you can do with credit balances, with credit limits that you have, with alternative sources for credit loans in your portfolio, et cetera, et cetera. For short track record, it's really about alternative strategies. for industry risks, it's kind of the same thing. Alternative strategies, or looking for specific lenders who deal with the industry that you're in. But it's also, having better business practices will be a big thing for that as well. No business plan or a poor business plan. We'll talk about some of those things along with the alternative strategies, for lending, and for the amount that you're asking for not fitting with your repayment position. Again, that's going to be developing some growth revenues, growth profits. So developing and implementing a growth strategy. So when we start talking about alternative strategies for funding, I always use this term, be your own bank. Be your own bank really means that I can fund my own activity. So I look for ways that I can, provide the cash I'm going to need from my existing operation. And so whether that is, things like, how can I, increase my sales through my practices or behavior? So I mentioned earlier, I'm a business growth coach, and I work with my clients on how to identify where are the 5 areas that all business growth comes from. And there are only 5 areas. And within those 5 areas, I help them then identify what are the procedures, the processes, the behaviors that they're currently implementing or exhibiting that can be changed so that their improvement in each of those areas will be greater. So where does all growth come from? Getting more leads, turning more of those leads into actual paying customers, so converting more of those, getting each one of those customers to have more transactions with you so that you deepen the relationship, increasing the pricing that you can charge, so your pricing power, your valuation proposition, by making what you do of more importance and more value to the clients that you're serving. And then last but not least, it's more profits, which is really about improving your proficiency, your efficiency, your productivity, so that you're driving more of your revenues to the bottom line in terms of profit. So all growth from all companies come from those 5 areas. And what's important for you then to understand, if you want to be your own bank, is what can I do differently in terms of process or behaviors that will drive more results from each of those areas so that I'm improving in my business. What you find then is that your profitability goes up, and therefore you have money that you can use for your growth. But what also happens when you start doing those things, you start identifying what levers you have to move in your business to grow your business, which allows you to create a better business plan. And now you can go to a lender and say, I've done this already on my own. I've already grown my business over the last 6 months, 12 months, 18 months with just my own efforts from this to this. What I need from you is to get scale. And if you alone need this amount of money, here's what I'm going to do with it so that I can now do this at a faster clip or at a higher volume. And so that's what I work with my clients on, which you can have as impact in your own business, by looking at first and foremost, what are you doing in these 5 areas and what changes can you make? I'm going to give you, my time's about up. And so I'm going to give you a link that you can go to that you can do an assessment, for your, it's a simulator that I have on my website. So you can go to my website, solutionswithresults.com. That's www.solutionswithresults.com/simulator. And when you go to that page on the website, what you'll be able to do is put in all of your specific information for your revenue, your current profit margins, cost margins, etc. And then, simulate what impact you would have on revenue and profit if you made small incremental changes to the areas that are shown there.
And of course, Sydney, you're doing a great job, but we're running out of time. We have about 2 minutes to go, so we're gonna end it. How can people get in touch with you?
So the best way is through my website, again, www.solutionswithresults.com. On there, you can send me an email. You can send me a question about your business. You can also, email at that Sydney W at solutionswithresults.com.
Well, as we say, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right.
Thanks.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there.